the opening vistas of space promise high costs as well as high reward. We set sail on this new sea because there is new knowledge to be gained. The exploration of space is one of the great adventures of all time. And we mean to be a part of it. We mean to lead it.
Welcome back. It's been a bit, but for consecutive days or whatever. I think I have modified my I think I've modified my game to the point I'm happy with. I got rid of one that I don't know if it wasn't working or if it was messed up in some way, or I don't know. The point is that it wasn't doing. It didn't seem to be doing what I wanted it to, and it may have been messing up ship design stuff, so I got rid of it. It was the cloaking device. What else? Honestly, can't think of anything else. And if you don't like Starfield, you're probably not going to like this channel, because I don't really intend on doing anything else. I've even started making some emote modifications to my channel to reflect my Starfield enjoyment. And sorry, I'm just setting up my music. That's why it's still stuck on the loading screen. I think that's a good enough volume. And other than that, I've already set up 2 characters for future playthroughs. One, the plan is, so there is a weird dialogue element to this game where when almost any dialogue option pops up, selecting the bottommost dialogue options first usually gives you the most dialogue options. I don't know if that was an active design choice, because it's not all the time, or if it was just some kind of coding thing or whatever, but usually what you want to do, if you want the most dialogue in this game, is every time a dialogue option pops up, scroll down to the bottom of the list and select that option first. Now, be relatively smart about it, you know, because some of the lowest dialogue options are either very negative and would seemingly clearly close out a conversation with, you know, the option presented, like hostility or whatever. But for the most part, that's essentially the plan I have for one of the characters, is to just almost always select at the bottommost, working your way up conversation options. With this character, I've actually been skipping a lot of options. I don't know how difficult it would have been to do, because I don't know how to code. I'm not a, you know. But, there is... there is a... There's some questions you can ask of people that I'm glad they're there to a certain extent. But at the same time, once you've asked them once, it feels weird to ask them again, specifically relating to who are Ecliptic? What's the Crimson Fleet? What does SysDef do? You know, those kinds of questions. There's like a bunch of times in this game where those questions are presented to you in a dialogue tree, and it feels weird that you keep being able to ask that question at a certain point. And I feel like some kind of a tag that says you already asked about the Ecliptic to anyone, now that dialogue option will no longer present in future dialogues or something. But anyway, all right. Andreja, you wanted to talk.
I do not understand. It cannot be possible that the High Council would betray us like that. He must have been lying.
So let's go ask the High Council.
Something about this does not feel right. This message. The code at the bottom. I have seen this before. I know where we need to go. I must explain. House Baroon values secrecy above nearly all else. Those of us sent out into the settled systems, we cannot return.
I'm sure they'd make an exception to clear this up.
No, you do not understand. When we are assigned a mission, we are taken to a point outside of House Baroon's domain. We do not jump ourselves. We are never given the coordinates for Varun Kai, our homeworld. We literally cannot return. Only a select few are ever trusted with that knowledge. I can never go home. Unless I am permitted.
There must be some other way.
Perhaps there is. I cannot travel to my home, but I can reach out another way. But it means putting you in danger in a way you have not been before. I cannot say for certain what will happen.
I didn't have anything else to do today.
You do enjoy deflecting situations with humor, don't you? There is an old derelict star station where I may get answers. I know that seems vague. It will become clear when we arrive.
Okay. Nope. Let's make sure. Okay, that takes me back to Aquila. That's Aquila. That's Aquila. Aquila. Oh, right. Yeah, we still have to do that. Let's go take care of that now. Because... Oh, wait. Well, no. That's on Aquila as well. That's back on Aquila. Neon. Neon. That's Aquila, but after Andreja. That's back on back at New Atlantis. Neon, a whole other mission. That one also is in Aquila, but also that one is Neon, I think. Well, this one's Neon. What's this one? Percival. That's Sidonia? That's definitely Sidonia. Okay. Let's go speak to Percival. Just to get that out of my active quests. Those were all dark gray. Do I have contraband on me?
You looking for something?
So, I've never understood why you can only ever take one companion. I think it's probably balance issues or something. It's there's mods to change that, but I never worry about it. But if you want to have Shonda Harbison in your crew, download the recipe from Bethesda. I can't remember what it's called. The Perfect Recipe, I think. Download the Perfect Recipe from Bethesda's Creations, and when you get to her mission, just never complete it. She apparently will stick with you, like, do it to the point where you meet her and go on her part of that mission and just never complete it. Alright, let's see here. Let's see if it's aid. No. So it must be. Hey, there we go. Rune pamphlets, look at that. Alright. Anyway, as I was saying before, I was so not rudely interrupted by Andreja, or rudely interrupted by myself. ADHD brain. My plan for the other two characters that I have crafted is one is going to be super good. Like I'm going to play all of their options as being a goody. You know, being nice, being friendly, not being sarcastic, which is very challenging for me personally. And the other character is going to be the opposite. I'm going to be... I don't want to say evil, nor do I want to say bad, but that might be essentially it.
scanned for contraband.
Basically, being a mean person. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's mean either. I suppose it depends on the options presented, but you know, that's the plan with the other two characters that I've set up. Taking the more negative dialogue options.
Good to go for landing.
And then the other one taking the more positive and happy and friendly options. You know, I don't even know who Percival is. I guess we're gonna find out.
It's interesting to recall that this is where humanity first reached out into the stars.
And more than likely, I will probably be romancing the same main characters. I don't know for certain, but oh, I know who Percival is.
Old ways. I suspect the soul system would be abandoned otherwise.
Yeah. Okay. I know who Percival is, and I may be able to do something with this anyway. I haven't played in a while, and I forgot that I took this mission. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, hold on. No, this is not right. Where is it? There we go. I don't always fast travel, but sometimes it's just easier. I'm not a specific stickler for not fast traveling places. You know, I like having my landing animations, so I will always do that. You know, I'm happy to always do that, but
This is a dangerous assignment, but you all are here because you can handle it. So any questions, concerns, anything at all giving you pause, you come see Dr. Walker or I. Little problems left unchecked become big problems. And we fix big problems here, not make them. Now let's get to work. Welcome, everyone, to the TMD.
Okay. Hello.
hey, Hadrian.
Yes?
Took hundreds of years for terramorphs to spread across the stars. We're gonna need to be a lot faster cleaning them up.
Yes, what? Howdy.
Howdy.
Excuse me?
How do I get in there? Good grief. Percival?
Why, hello, fellow Class 1 citizen. That's never gonna get old. Now, was there something you needed?
Heard you have some work for me.
You heard right. These terramorph attacks, they caught the UC off guard. UC Brass doesn't like that. So, they want us patrolling the front lines of xenological life, ensure we've got intel on any possible new alien threats. Which means, we need someone to track down said aliens, and harvest samples from them. And not just any sample from these animals is gonna do either. We're trying to build a comprehensive picture here, which requires specific cells from specific family lines of some oftentimes unfriendly creatures. But since dealing with unfriendly creatures falls square in your wheelhouse, well, I figured we might be able to recruit you for the task.
Harvesting samples? Gonna have to kill a bunch of monsters out there, huh?
This isn't the same sort of harvesting you and Hadrian were doing with the Terramorphs. A little will go a long way here. If you can get close enough to these creatures to harvest from them directly, you should be able to collect what we need without killing them. I checked with Lieutenant Walter before heading out. A good EM weapon could serve you well on these missions. Though, if heavens forbid, there's no viable option other than putting the things down. We're only talking a select few specimens here. These populations will recover.
What sort of creatures are we talking about?
Pretty much every beast, behemoth, critter, and chimera humanity's run across is on the list. But we can send in-house researchers after the little guys. Your job will be primarily dealing with the, more troublesome species.
All right. I'm in.
Glad to hear it. There is just one additional wrinkle. UC spec this as a one-person job, but I convinced them this sort of task merits expert backup. So, if you're interested, they've agreed to let you take Hadrian with you. You'll have to convince her, of course, but I don't think she'll fight you too badly.
You don't need her here?
We could use Hadrian here, absolutely, but we have other scientists. Not a lot of other people can go up against apex predators and come home again and again. You and Hadrian are the right people for this job.
I'd love to have her watching my back again.
I expect she wouldn't mind too badly being out there herself, so pay her a visit before you head out. Now, let's get you the details of your first quarry. Here you go. Head there, find your specimens, and bring those samples back here. I'll have a tech waiting outside to collect them from you. And
all right.
Remember, proximity should be all you need to get your samples. Get close, harvest, and get out before they spot you. Snatch those up and come home safe.
You bet. Hello. So, Hadrian, ready to head back out?
Hey, you need something?
Well, depends. Do you need something?
Okay, I'm listening. What's going on?
How are things at HQ?
Things are good. It's nice to see the place cleaned up again. Brings back a lot of old memories.
And your assignment? How are you feeling?
Been great so far. I'm happy to be working with Percival again. I think the TMD's set up to make a real difference in the settled systems. I'm honored to be a part of it.
And what would you think about going back out into the field?
Backup? What does that have to do with me?
Would you ever consider leaving Mars again?
Maybe. Why do you ask?
A soldier as talented as you belongs in the field. You should come with me.
Oh, I'm flattered, but I don't think so. I'm doing important work here. Percival needs my help. He would not okay me abandoning my post.
So you're not interested?
No, it's not that. You just caught me by surprise. I figured I'd be at the TMD for the long haul.
What if I said that Percival already okayed it. It was his idea. He thinks you might be happier out in the field.
Percival just can't help meddling, can he? I can't just pick up and leave the TMD. That's a huge decision.
Never thought you'd say no to an adventure.
Hold on now, don't put words in my mouth. I've never backed down from a challenge, and I'm not about to start. If you really need backup out there, I'll watch your six.
It'll mean being on my giant monster of a ship with the rest of my crew. You okay with that?
You can count on me to pull my weight. I'll always help out in combat, and I'm happy to assist you with any research, too. Having an extra xenosociologist around on this assignment sure couldn't hurt. We'll be dealing with plenty of hostile creatures.
I think we'll do a lot of good together. Glad you're coming.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Thank you for the offer. Really. It was unexpected, but I think this will be for the best. Both for me and for the settled systems.
I'll head out soon. I just need to talk to Percival before I go. He's gonna get an earful for arranging this without talking to me about it first.
See you, Captain.
All right. Pardon me, Adrian. I'm just going to look at your personal computer. my personal opinion on genetic tampering and modification is that it rarely goes the way you want it to. And I know we don't have the technology currently to do the kinds of things that they do in science fiction, but we have messed around with germs and various viruses and other things. And I mean, it's not too far of a leap to say
Need some more? Anything I can help you with? Okay,
that
no problem.
that the stuff we've done currently and the stuff we potentially could be doing with genetics in the future, because we will get to a point where we can modify DNA. I mean, technically we're already at that point, but not to the level that science fiction takes it. It never goes well. But
Any adventure you can fly away from. Is that how the saying goes?
I don't think it's inherently bad to attempt that kind of stuff. The problem is there's always bad applications and lack of oversight, and you know, it's like the concept of gun control. I don't think
Struts retracting. Let's get out of here.
I don't think it's unfair to say that certain levels of gun control are a good thing, are not a good thing. I think gun control absolutely
Achieving orbit now.
is a good thing. But I also think that just saying no guns is too extreme in one direction. And it's one of those issues where it's complicated. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of this.
Navigational feedback checks out. We're in the right place.
If humans could be trusted to their own devices, a lot of
We're
these...
due for our next jump soon.
No, thank you.
Safe travels, stranger.
A lot of these types of issues wouldn't be issues, but humans, generally speaking, can't be trusted to their own devices. That's my opinion, anyway.
Gear looks green. Ready to land.
That's not what I want. Okay, there we go. Yes, that's fine. Yes, that's fine. Maybe. I did discover that these weapons are almost all, what do you call it? The highest quality, if not, you know, from the... I suppose I understand why they're all rare, but some of their rarity options are kind of meh. Like, a couple of them, not this one. Where is it? Where's one that has a kind of meh element to it? Where'd I get that thing? Not that one. There we go. There's like, I think there's only two that have this trait, titanium build, on them. But for a named weapon, giving it titanium build feels like a waste of a trait. Like, meh? Not only, I mean, not only is it a waste of a trait just because, like, who cares? But also, it feels like a waste of a trait because there's so many other traits in this game that could have been more interesting. I don't know. It just feels like you've given an already light weapon, because it's a sidearm, so it's already really light, a trait that makes it lighter. Like, okay, this one's an assault rifle, submachine gun, however you want to look at it. Sure, giving this one titanium build, alright, I guess. But at the same time, who cares? You know, like, most of these other traits, I'm like, oh, okay, med theft is kind of neat. Plus 10% damage against humans. Break through the strongest armor. Yeah, alright. But then you give titanium build to a pistol, and great, it weighs barely half of whatever the weight units are in this game. I don't think they're pounds. I don't think it ever specifically says what it is. It's probably kilograms or kilo something, because I'm assuming everybody's modified to utilizing metric system. But I don't know. It just feels like kind of a waste of a trait to give a sidearm a lower weight. And it, for the record, that lower weight, as far as I understand, doesn't really affect the like the mechanics, other than in your inventory it weighs less. It's a sidearm. It already barely weighs anything. That's just my little aside on that note. But I did, when I was modifying new characters for future playthroughs, I did note that the weapons were using the highest stats, the highest
Beauty in the midst of nothingness.
quality levels. So. Wow, this was a pretty bad landing space. I'm even considering doing a mostly cheat-free run of this game. I say mostly because I am probably never going to do a fully cheat-free run of this game. But, like, things like needing credits, so this is something that I actively don't like in this game. When you use the EM weapons, or using a mod to essentially EM somebody to knock them out, when a human specifically is knocked out, you can't loot them. Like, what sense does that make? Like, you've knocked them out. It feels like, having knocked them out, it would be easier to pickpocket them. But you can't. Now, I don't know if there's a mod for that. I'll have to look into it, because I do. That's a mod I would want if it's available. That's one of those things where why would you make a game where you can knock people out and then not let somebody loot the downed body? They're unconscious. It's not like they're going to be able to stop me. But game mechanics say, no, you can't do that. I'm sorry, why? In fact, it should activate the pickpocket, inventory screen, and it should just say 100% pickpocket, because, like I said, they're unconscious. For the record, the unconsciousness from EM damage in this game, when you get it to full and they fall down, it's pretty good. It takes probably a good few minutes before they get back up. Like you can see, well, you can't see, but from literally right here, you can see that little blue bar slowly goes away. Now, the one thing, and I guess it makes sense, but you can't reinitiate a maximized EM knockout bar. So like if once they officially go down, once your target officially goes down from an EM blast, pew, and that the little blue bar reaches maximum and they get knocked out, you can't walk through and like blast them again while they're down to reinitiate that. Once they're down, the timer starts, and it does not stop until you either do actual damage to them that causes them to come out, you know, snap out of it or whatever, or it counts down until they come out of it on their own. There's no problem with that. It's just, you know, it's all right. It's how it works. So,
Find the interior of this ship comforting.
I find the fact that you said that comforting. Let's not forget to put our contraband away. And now we can ignore taking this back to Percival for a moment. Let's go ahead and resume divided loyalties. Actually, you know what? No. No. Yeah. Let's go ahead and head to... We'll turn in the samples to Percival.
Lifting off now. Apogee kick complete. Orbit steady.
And then we're gonna go back to Aquila because it's been a little bit, and we have a bunch to do there still. And I don't want Shonda with us when we go to do the rest of this.
Must have been a good jump. We're still in one piece.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. And we're done.
You know, technically I didn't have to wait for him to scan my cargo because I can just go right to TMD headquarters.
Hey, what can I do for you? Sure.
Much better. You know, potentially there were better ways to do all the various loading screens. I understand that you can't get away from loading screens in this game, but okay, so for elevators, instead of just cutting to a black screen, why didn't they have an elevator loading screen? Like, literally the inside of an elevator.
And intact. You get those samples? Then you can drop them with the tech outside.
Oh. Well, then why am I talking to you, Percival?
He's seeing you.
There's only about 3 elevators in this entire game, I think, in terms of the overall design. They all kind of look the same, which I'm fine with. The doors, there's but like, really the main variance is the size of the elevator and the doors themselves. There's a sort of cargo elevator design. There's this one, which is the passenger elevator. And I think there's another one. And then there's like 3 or 4, maybe 5 designs for what the doors look like, depending on where you are. They could have made a loading screen tag where you just see the inside of the elevator. Like, you push the button and it just cuts to... Pardon me, Andreja. I'm trying to make a thing. It just cuts to this. You know? Like, without your... You know, the NPCs don't have to be there. It just cuts to a screen where you're staring at a door. With a little loading thing down in the lower right, instead of this. Same concept, you know, you get it, but instead of a black screen, you just get a quick elevator. Little bit more complicated, but when you land and or take off, it still cuts to... Are you the one I need to talk to?
Ah, you must be the one with the samples then. I'll get these logged ASAP. If you're interested in collecting more, you can speak to Dr. Walker. Oh, and your pay? Here you are. Thank you, Captain.
You betcha. That was easy. But like when you take off and when you land, there's the whole animation of you taking off and landing, but then it still goes to a loading screen.
To be back in our own ship.
Now that one, I'm not sure how you resolve that particular loading screen getting into and out of your ship. It's not a very long loading screen, so that's fortunate. But like I said, I truly don't know how you would do that one without just, here's a black screen. Similar, going between locations inside a facility, you know, when you go from like interior to an exterior, or just other doors within some kind of a point of interest or whatever. So, you take off, you get this animation.
We're off. Smooth glass.
Presumably, the game is loading in the background. Or trying to load. But you still get this.
We're locking
Now-
into orbit now.
I'll give you another good example. Let's just go to Phobos briefly. You go to travel. You get a brief screen of your ship. Presumably it's loading in the background. They could have either made those transition screens longer to fully load, so you don't get a black screen and a little loading icon each time, or have a static image of your ship, like, or just have a static image of space, you know, just space. They could even have done something where like there's only 7, 8 cockpits in this entire game. Let's see. There might be more than that. There's 1 Teo cockpit, I think. There's 2 Deimos cockpits, of which this is one. No. Yes, yeah. There's 2 Deimos cockpits, of which this is one. There's 2 Nova cockpits. No, there's 3 Nova cockpits, because there's that one that I never use. And then there's... so that's 6. And then Stroud actually has 3 of their own. So there's like 9, maybe 9 or 10 cockpits, okay? From a certain perspective, every cockpit looks the exact same. Like there's variations on each of these cockpits. There's like 4 of this cockpit. There's, you know, but from the inside, they all look the same. Like each of the variations are just statistically variations. They don't have any difference. So you could make a loading screen that is just this view, right? Like you don't have to have it animated at all. Just like take a static picture of this view pointing at the stars. You don't have to have it pointed at like any specific like light source or a planet or anything else. Just like that. And when you go to fast travel in any variation, just have that, you know, have it tagged for the cockpit that you're currently in, and it goes to a loading screen where you just see that instead of a black screen. As for landing and taking off, they already have the initial animation, but they could do an atmosphere burn for landing, where you just see like a hazy, cloudy image of your ship burning into whatever atmosphere. And yes, I know if there's no atmosphere, then you wouldn't get that, because it is an atmosphere burn for a reason. But you know what I mean. Like, just show your ship coming in without all the fancy camera swaps and everything. Just like, here's your ship. I'll let me, like, oops. Like, it's hard. It's actually somewhat challenging on this particular ship because of the nature of it. Okay, hold on. Oh, wow. Ah, there we go. Okay. So just, like, let's imagine for a moment. Okay, I know how to do this. I just have to get there. That you're coming in for a landing. So the game just shows you, and this would be an animated one, of course, because there's no reason it wouldn't be animated. it just shows you that, right? It just has a fixed camera angle, a field of stars. If the world has an atmosphere, you have some atmospheric effects. If it doesn't, you just see the stars, and you see your ship, like, with its, you know, like animated to look like it's moving, but not much. Just a little shake, like, you know, ooh, as it comes in, and ooh, there's an atmosphere, so there's some atmospheric effects. And then if you're taking off, it literally just swaps the view, so to speak, right? So that instead of looking at the front of your ship, you're looking at the back, maybe from a slightly more angled view. And to replicate where it always shows you the view, have it from this side. I don't know why it always shows that specific view, but same thing. You know what I mean? Like you just show your ship from a specific angle, thrusters on, going into space. And exact same thing, just a little bit of a shake with the thrusters going. And if there's an atmosphere, add atmospheric effects as you're leaving it. If there's not, you know, and just have that be essentially a GIF, you know. That's your loading screen for takeoff and landing. You don't even have to have it be specific to each individual type of world. You just have two variations. One that include, and yes, this would require your ship to be sort of a picture taken, but like, as you may have noted, I just took a potential picture of my ship in photo mode. So it seems like that could be something that the game just automatically does every time you're on a ship. You know, when you select your home ship, as you leave the what do you call it? The ship designer. It just, in the background, it creates a photo, right? Just like that. Here's a standardized field of stars, or and it takes two photos. One is photo of leaving. One is photo of arriving. Coming from the bottom. Both of them are slightly from the bottom. One is just from the front. One is from the back. Landing, and the other one is taking off. And then either just a field of stars or a field of stars with an atmospheric effect. Tag for loading screens. And then again, for elevators, fairly easy. There's only like a half dozen variations on any given elevator, so just tag each of those elevators with a loading screen that is just a shot of the door of that elevator. Okay, back to questing. One moment. I'll need to do a thing that I wish I didn't need to do literally every single time, but I do apparently, and I don't know why. Where is it? Okay, it's not there. That's weird. I'm looking for... Huh. Discord's not in there. Well, I guess I can't turn Discord down. Anyway. I don't normally get a lot of notification beeps from it, but... Okay, so we're going to go to Aquila. I promise, to a certain degree, I will not be making most of these comments when I start my other character playthroughs. But those are going to be slightly less casual. Very, very slightly.
Grav jump complete.
This is Freestar Collective Space. Hold while we scan your ship.
I just think there's ways they could have gotten rid of the black screen and or loading
You're good to
screen
go.
transitions.
Have a nice time
That's
in
it.
Aquila City.
I think that there are better potential ways to have done that. I think this is the quest we're looking for. Yep. Like this, right here. Why am I getting this? This would be the perfect time for an extra landing loading screen that just shows you coming in and then swap to this one. You know, instead of just a static loading screen, have it be slightly animated. All right, Chandra, I think your name is. Let's go hunt an Ashta.
Such beauty in the midst of nothingness.
I'm probably going to need to set up the marker for this one. Where is it? Perfect recipe. I did look up weapon idle animations. I could not find anything. Apparently nobody on the creations, and I know it exists. So what is a weapon idle animation? In first person, so in third person, this is weapon idle. It automatically does it. That's weapon ready. And after a certain amount of time of not firing your weapon, it goes idle. Okay. In first person, the exact same thing should happen, and after you haven't fired your weapon in a while, it should do this. Just like that. That's weapon idle. Now, what that actually is you're close to a wall, In Fallout 4, there is a mod for Weapon Idle in first person. And I don't know why this game does not have that yet. I guess, well, I do know why. Nobody's modded it. But yeah, that's a mod that I really would like to have. If anybody is out there that knows modding, I'm not that person, but and you happen to be watching my silly little casual playthrough of this game, help. I may look on the Nexus, so I'm going to look on the Nexus for autosaves. Okay, whatever that is hostile. But we're not technically hunting it, so until we get there... Oh, so yeah, I downloaded a mod. I'm pretty sure it's working, because it looks like it is. But I couldn't be tell. Bigger trees. So the trees in this game, the natural trees, aren't actually very big. And I downloaded a mod that basically just increases the size of the trees. I don't know how much it increases, but doesn't this look more like a real forest? Yeah, it does.
Did you hear something?
Hello, Bubba. Now that's cool. Alright, big boy. Unfortunately... You know what? Not unfortunately. Not unfortunately. Ashta are big and mean. And also, we're gonna be eating it, so... Apparently. Shonda?
That looks like a damn good piece of meat. If Harb can't make magic out of that, he's got no business carrying a wand.
I've never had Ashta. Should be interesting. What's your opinion on him trying to be a chef?
If you ask me, it's a waste of talent. Harb's the best handyman I know. But if he wants to throw it all away to be some celebrity chef, I won't say a bad word. It's his life.
I'm sure he'll do fine.
Ha! Maybe. I will say this. Betting on Harb has never failed me. But I best be heading back to town. I take it Harb wants me to eat this thing he's cooking up too?
It's gonna be an Ashta Vindaloo.
That sounds fancy. I'm gonna have to get all gussied up for this one. I got some errands to run, but you tell Hob not to serve that food until I'm at the table. See you there.
Okay, you know what? We're not going to do anything else at Aquila. We are going to go ahead and continue divided loyalties.
How quickly can you get that done?
Oh, that was so good. That's a mod I installed a while ago, and that's my first time using it. In case you missed it, it said it was locked. So here's what the mod does. It adds a new skill. I can't, or no, it changes. Yeah, it changes security to just this. You can hack advanced locks, you can hack expert locks, you can hack master level locks. Hacking does not expend a digipick. And as you may have noticed, it doesn't do the minigame anymore. I like the minigame, okay? When it comes to the various minigames for lockpicking that exist out there in the world, I like this minigame for lockpicking the best out of all of them. However, I know for a fact that coming up at a certain point in this game is a location where there are so many locks to pick that it just becomes an exercise in frustration. Like, just so many locks. And if lockpicking led to better rewards overall, I probably wouldn't care. But sometimes lockpicking leads to less than stellar rewards. And when you are lockpicking 400 million locks in a single location, and you're getting like 10 credits and a couple of rounds of ammo and, you know, whatever else lame junk you're getting for the effort, you start to get annoyed by the process. So I downloaded this mod. And I've already stated it before, but I kind of wish that the hacking minigame from Fallout 4 had made its way into this game as a slight variation on that same theme. Just basically a graphical change. Same minigame, just graphically changing it from the look of Fallout to something that is more reflective of the computer systems in this game. Because, again, I love the hacking minigame. I think the hacking minigame in Fallout was an extremely creative and simple enough way to utilize a way to make it feel like it's unique from just lockpicking. But also, I think it was a good minigame. It's fun enough that you don't get annoyed by it, unless, again, you're encountering a computer you have to hack every other, like, room you go to. But it's a good minigame, just in general. And a version of that in this game would have been more desirable, in my opinion. I don't know how hard it would be to mod that into this game. Or for Bethesda to make a change and modify it so that there's a new skill and a new mini game for computer hacking.
Are we taking trophies?
Hello. Well, I think we're done here. Whoop. So yeah, if I have to go to the Nexus to get an autosave mod, I probably will. I don't know yet. I haven't figured that out yet. Looks like there's some hostile things out here. We should keep our eyes out. Let's talk about some positives in this game instead of complaining. If you're here, you know that I'm a complainer. But I do love this game. Here's one of the things I will say. I'm running on almost the lowest settings. I think this game looks amazing. Maybe amazing's too far. You know, there are probably some better looking games out right now, but I think no mods, I mean, okay, bigger trees and the Aurora Borealis, but aside from that, no mods and running at the lowest settings, because my computer's very old, I think this game looks good. Even great. It looks better than Skyrim, which it's over a decade newer. The ships look good. Character models are what they're... Dude, you're gonna want to get away from my ship. Shoo. Shoo. There you go. I know there's a lot of people that mod almost every game to have better visuals. I don't like, this game looks good. Oh, and by the way, this lighting mod, it does not actually increase the, it doesn't do much better in the unique locations where a light is dark no matter what. I've been in a couple of locations where this light is still dark. It's still so much better than the default light, but there are just some areas in this game, I still don't know why, but they suck the light away.
Lifting off now.
I would say overall, I am somewhat hopeful for the future of this game in general.
Aim point reached. Orbit stable.
I don't know. I'm not hopeful for any specific reason. I'm hopeful. Muffred.
Navigational feedback checks out. We're in the right place. Locked in.
I'm listening.
Me too, Sarah.
Hmm?
Got something for me?
Yeah, take a look at this.
Thank you.
Talk to you later.
One thing I've noticed, you get
It's a beautiful day to be alive.
the same general category of stuff from people. Andreja always gives me just credits. Sarah gives me like materials of a organic nature. I don't remember what Sam gives me. And your crew also gives you stuff.
Hey there.
Like,
Hey, Cap.
got anything for me?
Been waiting for you to ask. Take a look at this.
That makes sense that she would just give me credits. She is, after all, a former pirate. Similarly, it kind of makes sense that Andreja is the same way. She lived the life of a smuggler. All right. I'm going to assume Andreja will follow me in once I get in there. I don't have to assume. I know she will. Because that's how video games work.
All right, follow me. There is danger for you here, likely for us both. I need you to trust me. These stations were built by the United Colonies during the Serpent's Crusade. They were abandoned when peace was brokered. They are an excellent place to hide in plain sight. Before we go any further, I cannot stress this enough. Keep your weapons at your side. Do not make any sudden moves. Do nothing to appear hostile.
What are we walking into here?
This is the only place I can get answers. The only connection I have to House Varun. Please give me a moment. I am not the one who needs to explain himself, Tomisar.
I am surprised by your tone. What has gotten into you? This is very unlike you. Almost insubordinate.
I know what you have done. The messages you sent.
You are not making any sense. Of course I send you messages. That is how this works. That is how it has always worked.
Not to me. To the zealots. To the fanatics who murdered my friends, who tried to murder me.
You must be mistaken. Or perhaps confused. Nothing like that has ever happened.
Enough! I have the transcripts, Tomisar. You did this. You told them where to find us.
Now, let's just take a moment. No one wants to make accusations they might regret. You are from that Constellation group. I've heard all about you. You have turned her against me, filled her head with lies. This will not be allowed to stand.
I'm here to support my friend. Something it seems she's been lacking.
Insolence! You have corrupted her!
I said enough! This is between you and me.
This has gone far enough. Talk some sense into her at once. Neither of you would dare lift a finger against me. Against House Varun.
No. No. I think you might want to be a little more honest.
But I am. If you let Andreja hurt me, I am her only link to the High Council. To House Varun. Without me, she can never return home. You must make her listen to reason.
He is responsible. He deserves to die.
Did you not hear me? You do this, you lose everything!
I heard you. I know what it costs me. But he deserves it. Does he not?
Is there another way, Andreja? I know you're very emotional right now, but stop to consider.
I do not know. Maybe. Maybe if the High Council sees what he has done.
Show them. Let them deal with him.
Fine. Consider yourself fortunate. You get to live.
This is not over. The High Council will hear of your treason.
Perhaps they will hear of your actions as well, Tomisar. Think on that. Come. Let us leave this place. I wish to return to the lodge.
You will regret this!
Will I? Will she? Let's imagine for a moment that all of the food items in this game were an actual thing in this world that you could be eaten. What do you think your favorite would be? I make jokes about Chunks being my favorite. Yeah, I don't think Chunks would be my favorite. I think, honestly, my favorite would be the I don't know.
And you got away with it? Impressive.
I don't remember what brand they are, but basically there's a bunch of triangular packaged foods in this game. I think that would probably be my favorites because it's like soba and sushi and some other stuff. I wonder if it has a brand name. I'm sure when it comes to drinks, I would love Oishii. Okay, there we go. I think the Oishii brand would be my favorite, more than likely. Maybe Advanced Nutrition. They have some interesting items. Their snack packs. Apple Bites, Choco Bites, Gummy Bugs, Protein Bar. I think if I were to pick, yeah, it would probably be snack packs first, Advanced Nutrition snack packs, followed by Oishii mini bites. And then more than likely also advanced nutrition. So yeah, that makes sense. The ready-to-eat meats that they make, they have salmon fillet, they have syntha turkey, they're syntha meat products. And then in terms of drinks, Boom Pop. Absolutely Boom Pop. I love soda in real life, and Boom Pop sounds like it would be legitimately delicious. Even the weird flavors they put in this game, which I'm certain that they did for the lulz of it all. But yeah, like rhubarb and black licorice and stuff like that. Yeah, that sounds wonderful. I'd totally be down for some rhubarb Boom Pop. Now, the one that you can make on your own, that basically mixes like 5 different flavors of Boom Pop into one, that sounds absolutely awful. But I'd probably try it at least once. Synthameat! Butcher's Best. Synthameat turkey. It's not going to be there because I don't. It's all under Synthameat. I don't know that I would actually enjoy Canuck. I think the Canuck products sound... Superfood sounds awful. Okay. So this is Butcher's Best. The various synthameat is apparently Butcher's Best. Unless... No, yeah. Okay, so Butcher's Best would probably be my number 3. I would say more than likely my number 1 would be Oishii. Probably specifically their mini bites versions, because, you know.
Shame we cannot just break it open.
I mean, I essentially am. And then snack packs would be my second favorite, followed by advanced nutrition snack packs, followed by synthameat when I'm in the mood for some synthameat. All washed down with Boom Pop of various flavors. Yeah, so, okay, you can actually see it here. This whole location, while it's not that dark, it has some sort of a lighting filter on it that is dark. So when I turn on my light, you'll notice it's not very bright. That's not the mod, that's just the way your light works in certain areas that have whatever the lighting filters are. So, yeah, anyway. And there's certain ship habs where that effect is even worse. Oh, a perfect example of that. So, see how dark this location is? So, there's a mission that I've already done. Ew. Where you help list settlers with some issues. And it all ends on a space station that is even darker than this in most of its areas, and the light when you turn it on is not this bright. The light is you might as well call it a dark. That's the perfect mission to show off what I mean when I say that the some areas in the game, just the lighting is not there. You know, I don't know why. I don't know what causes that. I'm assuming it's some kind of a visual physics related thing due to the, you know, way some of the lighting was designed in their engine. I don't know. What's up here? I can tell you I'm going to have to be somewhat careful with this mod for lockpicking because, as previously noted, when you lockpick in front of people, there is the potential that you get a bounty on you just for, quote, tampering with locks. So I'll have to make sure that I'm hidden when I go to unlock things in locations where that would matter. And honestly, the only reason I know it doesn't matter here is because I accidentally hit the lockpick right next to that guy, and he didn't do anything, so... So I guess it's okay. I wish these thermoses and bottles and canteens and stuff actually had a use. You know? Like you could store soup and coffee and tea in them. Water. Boom pop. See, like, that's the kind of set design that makes me desire the ability to do that with a thermos, you know? Like, why would you do that? Why? You've created the desire for a particular thing by crafting something in your game that gives a look of being able to do that. Don't show me things I can't have. You'll let me pick up a random folder, but you won't let me fill a thermos? That's just mean, man.
Taking off immediately, or are there other matters that require your attention?
Oh, we're taking off immediately. Well, sort of. That right there, this right here, this has got to be fixed. Bethesda, why did you make the crew just stand around in these weird little groups like this?
What's good, Cap?
When I come onto my ship,
I was just thinking about you.
What's going on?
my crew should already be at a location, sitting in a chair, sitting on boxes. They do that. Sitting at a couch, working at a station. We know they can do that. Working out. They can do that. Have them messing about at the cooking station. Have them sitting down up in the cockpit. Like, they shouldn't constantly just be standing there. Cora is fine. She can wander around aimlessly and stand around all she wants, although it would be nice if she sat every once in a while. I know apparently they didn't design kids to sit in chairs, which is an extreme oversight, but they do sit on the ground. She could do that too. But this, no, they should not just be standing around, and especially not gathering in one location. And I know why it does that. They literally have spawned in there, and the AI is sitting there trying to think, what am I going to do with this character? That's not how it should work. When you come into your ship, they should already be at a station. See, working out. Well, apparently this one I can't interact with, but I know they can interact with the weight benches and stuff. I don't think they can interact with the pool table, but you know, there's 100 different chairs in this place. If they want to be gathered, they should be, like, 4 of them could be at this table. 1 in each chair. Just automatically spawn them in the chair. Come on, man. Here's a control station specifically for crew. Have them sitting at the control stations. Have them sitting in any one of the chairs that I built in here, or the chairs that are pre-built. They do sit in the chairs that are pre-built. See, right there, right there. Oh, look, She's sitting down. Hey, Marika.
Hi there, Captain. Let me know the next time you need my help.
My issue with that, and the reason I brought it up there, is mainly because my ship is frickin' huge. It's frickin' huge. I don't understand why everybody is gathered. Again, I do understand it's how the game works. They spawned in there, but you know what I mean? Like it's a simple fix.
Jump complete. Normal propulsion restored.
To be fair, I don't know if it's a simple fix.
You're entering United Colony space.
My bad. This is one I truly don't understand. Apparently my ship just collects random junk. It's something I started to notice when I was taking contraband constantly. I don't know if that's coming from my crew or if that's just an effect of like you jumped a lot or landed a bunch of places. I don't know what causes it, but every once in a while some random resources get added to my ship's inventory. I mean, great, but also why? Alright, let's try that again.
This is United Colony space. Maintain current course while we scan for contraband. All right, we're done. You're cleared to land at New Atlantis.
Why, thank you.
Setting down, everything in the green.
A lot of people hate this animation too. I get it. Like I fully understand why people don't like that animation. It takes.
I have never quite been able to think of New Atlantis as home. Though I suppose I should.
I don't know, Andresia. I think you might think of New Atlantis as home more than you think. At least the Lodge. And the Lodge is in New Atlantis. So, something to consider.
Terramorphs. Giant carapace-encrusted tanks. Hence the new scanning protocols. On our watch, no heat leak.
Understood.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving. Okay. No bounty. You're clear. Enjoy your visit. Gee, I wonder if I've heard those lines about 1,000,000 times in this game. It's the little things that improve a game overall when it comes to immersion and just in general enjoyment. And I think people would have less of a problem with all the loading screens if the loading screens were hidden. There's plenty of games that have hidden loading screens. And there's plenty of ways that they could have hidden the loading screens in this game. I'm not saying it would be, quote, easy. I don't know how easy it would be, but we know for a fact from other games that there are ways to hide loading screens to make it seem like it's seamless, even if it's not. Officer?
If my shift goes long again, my girl is gonna kill
It sometimes amuses me to think about what goes on here, right under the United Colony's collective nose.
What does go on here?
Welcome back, Captain.
This makes sense now.
If there is something I can do, please, say so.
Did you want to talk?
Thank you for coming back here with me. I fear that, after all that has happened, I am unsure of my place in House Baroon. This room may now be the only place I have left to call home.
Don't jump to conclusions. You don't know what will happen.
No, I do not. But I cannot help but worry. I do not know how to live without some connection to Hasvarun. The Great Serpent has always been a guiding force in my life. The force that drives all that I do. What if I have lost that?
Whatever connection you feel to your Great Serpent was never through Tomasar. It's there, with you.
Yes, that is true. Whatever else has happened or will happen, the Great Serpent still holds a purpose for me. You have been by my side through all of this, the most turbulent time in my life. And you have supported me, faithfully. I have never been able to count on any single person the way I have with you. If I am repeating myself, you will have to forgive me. I cannot overstate what it means to me.
I'll always be here for you. I think I might love you, Andreja.
Well, that is... I'm sorry. I need a moment. I admit this is a surprise. I did not quite realize you felt this way about me. But if you mean it, my feelings are not so different from yours. We must be clear on one thing from the very beginning. I do not share. If you are mine, then you are mine alone. No one else will come between us. If that is not a commitment you are willing to make, I understand, but I will not compromise.
Are you sure this is what you want? I know I kind of hit you with that. Maybe out of, nowhere.
Oh, I am quite certain. Do not doubt my intent.
Then I'm all yours, for as long as you want me.
Then truly nothing can stop us. We will be a force to be reckoned with. You have brought a joy to my life that I could not have imagined, and could never have expected. With you at my side, love, I look forward to everything that comes next.
I really like that you called me love. But we have other things to do, and I know you're not one for big emotion, so let's go take care of things. I do not live here. I live on my ship. I honestly did not know that that was Andreja's room until right now. Almost 2,000 hours in this game, and I've never romanced Andreja before. Even though she's my favorite character of the 4 options. So, mostly the reason that I never romanced Andreja is because, we'll talk when we get back to my ship. Prior to putting mods in the game, one of which allows me a choice towards the end of the main story, I always made sure that my relationship with Sam and Barrett were at the highest. So that when it came time to a choice at the end, I had the option to choose between Sam and Barrett. Because from a story perspective, I feel like
the idea of relying on the Freestar Collective, but
that
here we are.
Presents the best overall option. And also so that I can say Barrett. I actually might be choosing Sarah this time, if the mod works. We'll get there eventually. But, yeah, I never wanted Andreja to... I never wanted to have to make a choice between anyone but Sam and Barrett. Anyway. Kelton! I'm finally back with that, branch.
Have you paid a visit to Miss Castler in Aquila City?
She wants it back when you're done with it.
Yes, yes, of course. I'll see that it is returned to her in one piece. Well, perhaps minus a few shavings. Now, I just need a moment to analyze this and synthesize an audio response to our friend here. All right, so we'll feed in a sample. Now the program will incorporate the genetic and chemical makeup of the sample, extrapolating the size and structure of the original tree. This was put together rather hastily, so complete accuracy is impossible, but I'm hoping it's enough. And there it is. Our best hope for a positive solution to this mess.
And that is?
So, we now have a simulated response to our tree. All that's left is to play it.
I don't have much of a singing voice, but I can try.
I'm quite certain you couldn't achieve the necessary register. Far too low for human vocal cords. I've been forced to listen to this SSNN kiosk chatter incessantly this entire time. I think it could be put to better use. We don't have time to go through the proper channels, but if you can find a terminal and get this uploaded into their system, it might do the trick.
Exposure to the frequency in this simulation could be potentially harmful. Are you sure we should do this?
You're right. There's a chance that there could be some minor adverse side effects, but none would be life-threatening. We won't play the broadcast loud or long enough to cause any major or permanent damage to humans or other organic life. And aside from that, if we don't calm this tree down soon, well, I fear that the vibrations it's emitting will eventually reach such strength it could severely damage our internal organs.
And what if it doesn't work?
Then I fear all this hard work will be for naught. I would hate to see this tree come down, but we may be out of options.
Seems illegal, but I'll take care of it.
I have no doubt that you will.
I love being able to walk within 10 feet of people and not constantly be accosted by their personal opinions on corns on their feet. And the fact that they could have been an accountant or whatever.
Are you working toward that next
It's real nice. That's another mod that I have that is working. One of the mods I have has stopped working consistently, and I don't know what the interaction is that has caused that. My ship parts mod that gives me... Where is it? That gives me all these options. Shipbuilder mod. This part here. And I think it's because of that, where in the red text it says third-party mods that define their own ship services vendors and or ship modules may not honor this setting. So what this is supposed to do is give me access to literally every module in the game that this is listing at every ship services. But on a couple of the new saves that I started, and that might be the mod that's interfering with it, for the record, I have a new save mod that gets me through the initial start of the game, the natural initial start of the game, by just passing, it just bypasses it entirely. But basically there's only like 3 or maybe 4 ship services techs that offer all the parts, and the rest of them don't anymore. Whereas on this save, I think it's this save, it used to work with literally every ship services I encountered. Now it only works with the one here in New Atlantis, I think the one in Sidonia, definitely the one in Cheyenne, possibly the one in Neon, and the ship-specific ones, like on Titan and Hope Tech, etc., those used to offer every part. Now they don't. But a secondary effect, this is the weirdest one in my opinion. A secondary effect is that the unique Hope Tech HAB modules, the larger than 2 by whatever, you know, don't exist in any shipbuilder module ship services except Hope Tech now. The only modules that are available at all other ship services are the 2x1s and the 1x1 companion cross-through HABs. I don't even think the 3x1 is available, which is an engineering, which should be... I think Hope Tech has a 3x1. Yeah, no, it definitely does. So that's one of the weirder effects of whatever mods that I have installed that are interfering with it. Now, I don't find it a problem.
I don't care that we're co-workers.
Because
Star Bobby so much.
I mostly just go to New Atlantis and Cheyenne to do main ship modding anyway, or to my own outpost. I just think it's weird. I think it's weird that whatever mod I have installed that interferes with it in such a unique manner. All right, Kelton. How's it working out?
We've done it! I'm already seeing reductions in the strength of the vibrations. The tree is calming down.
Great.
I can hardly believe that worked.
I thought you were fairly certain it was going to work.
I did my best, but it's not magic. There are no guarantees.
Well, what happens now?
I don't know. We've been in uncharted territory this whole time. That doesn't stop now. With the immediate crisis hopefully over, I can slow down and review everything we've learned. And certainly, I'll be keeping a much closer eye on our friend going forward. And you have saved this tree and advanced our scientific knowledge of our environment. Noble work across the board. You have my gratitude and that of every citizen in New Atlantis, though they don't know it.
Well, all right then. You'll catch the next one. That would be a relatively easy fix. Instead of seeing your current companion wander up to the gnat and just stand there as you're theoretically leaving, it could have been programmed to where as soon as you pass through a door or whatever, your companion disappears. And then once you're out of a loading screen, they reappear. Again, I say it would have been relatively easy.
Hey, I think we should meet up at Chance later.
I'm not speaking from a perspective of code. I'm just saying that it seems like that would have been a relatively easy solution to not a problem, but an issue. I'm going to leave the Crimson Fleet alone for now.
Scanned as you enter the city.
Say the word, and we shall be on our way.
Welcome.
I have things I wish to discuss with you. When you have time.
We'll do it after we drop off the passengers at Gagarin. Welcome, passengers, to the Arachnorazor. Don't worry about the guns. Those are there mostly for defense. We will be heading to Gagarin pretty much right now, so if you want a snack, eat it fast.
All right, let's see what's out there. Orbital pattern locked in.
sighted colony space. Maintain current course while we scan for contraband. See?
No. Wrong button. Fortunately, it always saves right after the jump, so you just reload, try again. I'll be honest, I know from a game mechanic perspective, setting the maximum to a cap for evading the scan
Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo.
is a thing, but
And we're done. Enjoy Gagarin.
there should be an option to just have it be 100%. There's probably a mod for that. In fact, let's write that down so we don't forget. What are the mods we're looking for? Hold on. Let me get my pen and let me write down. We want autosave. There was another one that I was mentioning that I've already forgotten. We want more autosaves. We want a contraband skip. And I can't think off the top of my head of the other one that I wanted. There's one that I think... Oh! Weapon idle. Yeah. Yeah. Weapon idle. Okay. Written down. Doesn't mean I'll remember, but for next time. Alrighty, welcome to Gagarin. Not to put too fine a point on it, but GTFO my ship. No, it's seriously, you've been wonderful. Thank you for choosing my ship to take, but also GTFO.
There are always credits to be made from mining. I have things I wish to discuss with you when you have time.
I have time right now. What do you want to talk about?
I have been thinking about us as a couple? I am not sure of the terminology. Our relationship, let us say.
Terminology doesn't matter. Not to me, anyway. But, I hope you're not having second thoughts.
No, nothing like that. You are wonderful, and I love you dearly. You and I, we come from such different backgrounds. I cannot really know all that you have been through, and you are not House Varun.
Is that a problem?
The foundational belief of my life, the one you do not share. Do you not see a problem?
I'm not sure we can ever really completely know another person, but we do the best we can.
That is a bit more cynical than I expected. This does not work if I am not honest, if I will not speak plainly what is on my mind. As much as I love you, and I do, I cannot help but wonder what the future holds for us, given all that I know to be true.
You don't have to worry. I don't plan on going anywhere.
No, that is not my concern. I trust that you will stay with me. When the Great Serpent returns, I know I will be by his side as one of the promised. But you are not like me. You are not House Baroon. Your fate, as much as it pains me, is sealed. I have tried to not worry myself over it, but I cannot stop thinking about it. What future can we have if that is the inevitable end?
And what is my fate?
Non-believers will be lost in the Great Serpent's shadow for all eternity. Jinan Baroon himself told us this.
Maybe the Great Serpent could make an exception.
I pray regularly that that is the case, but I cannot believe it will come to pass. I have never expected you to share my beliefs. You cannot possibly. And I will not fault you for that. I do want to be with you, but there are moments I find myself grieving for you already, knowing that you will be lost. How can I possibly move past this?
What's the alternative? We pretend we don't feel this way about each other?
I could not possibly do that. I see what you are saying.
You've been through a lot, Andreja. You deserve to be happy, even if only for now.
I love that you are thinking of me, not of yourself. I just hate to think of anything coming between us, whether now or in the future. But you are right. I need to focus on what is in front of me now, not something I have no control over. Thank you for talking me through this. It only serves to remind me how much you mean to me, how deeply I care about you.
I'd love to make that deep caring something more committed.
Really? You continue to surprise and amaze me. I am at a loss for words.
If I'm asking too much, just tell me.
There is no such thing as too much, love. My culture deals with this so differently than I have seen in the rest of the settled systems. I need some time to consider what would be an appropriate, equivalent gesture. But do not mistake that for hesitation. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me, and I will not let you go for a moment.
I just need you to know something. I can't explain it right now, but the Great Serpent. I won't be lost to the shadows. Trust me. Let's go to Aquila.
Things seems to be where we left it.
Engines firing. Here we go. Hell of a view from here.
I know I complain about a lot of things in this game, and it's definitely not perfect. There are things that could be fixed, should be fixed, but gotta say, I love this game. I honestly don't think there's another game out there that I have loved as much as this game.
I will never get tired of that.
Approaching ship. You've entered Freestar Collective space. Maintain your current course while we scan for contraband.
You won't find anything.
Alright, you're good. Welcome to Aquila City.
Even if you had found something, you wouldn't have found it because I would have just reloaded the save. Oh!
Landing site looks clean. Let's set it down.
I love the setting on almost every level, the aesthetics of the setting, the human-centric concept of the setting, the NASA punk vibe of the setting. I love the factions.
I'm
love
really happy to see you.
the general look of things.
It's nice to see you.
I love the corporate aspects. Internal, not Bethesda.
I went through a brief period where I thought it might be exciting to be a professional Ashta hunter. A very, very brief period.
That's a weird thing to desire. I love the ship designer despite the limitations. Fortunately, there's mods to fix it. I love the look of most of the parts that you can put on a ship and how they can go together with mods. I love the look of the worlds. I know there's been a lot of people that complain about how the worlds look and, oh, this world's so boring or whatever. I think it, like, the worlds are alien enough to be alien without feeling totally out of place because they are obviously based on real world environment that we have on this Earth and can see from space on places like Mars and the moon, etc. I love the look of the things in this world, these containers, whatever they are. The look of Aquila and its like stone and wood vibe. Is it actual wood? What kind of wood is it? I love the guns. I wish there were bludgeoning weapons. They don't even have to have a special stat for it. As I've discussed before, they could add hammers and other things and just use the, quote, physical damage stats that the other melee weapons already have. I love the sounds. I love the spaceports. Honestly, the spaceports are probably one of my favorite parts of this game. I love the sci-fi of it all. I love the differences in the guards. I even love the quests overall. Some could be better accessed and some could be better written, but I've done all these quests like this is my third time playing the game with the intent to go through the main story. I've done the main story twice, and I've done most of the quests I'm doing at least 5 times, with the exception of Andreja, because as I said, this is my first time doing her romance options. I love chunks, like, conceptually speaking. I love the food in this game. I love the fact that a bunch of the drinks are in these bags. Or they're in boxes, you know? I love that a bunch of the food is just in, like, Tupperware containers, which ironically Tupperware has gone out of business in this world recently, but like the equivalent of here's your food, it's in this little Tupperware container, it's perfect. I love the food that's in there. This looks hideous. I would try it. Like it looks hideous, but it also kind of looks like it might be good. And who knows what is in there. You know, obviously there's some tentacles and what appears to be maybe mushrooms or potatoes and some kind of green. We don't know. But that's the beauty of it. I love that. What is that thing in my bag of alien tea? We don't know, but it's there, and I love it. I love the first aid that's in these, like, very sanitary and also corporate-like packaging. You know, it looks like something you'd both find in a store and stored on a ship. Like that aesthetic, that NASA punk aesthetic is partly about having something that if you needed to store it on a ship, you could. Because it's already built into a package design that is relatively easy to store on a ship. A bunch of canned food, you know, and I love that aspect too. Ha ha, very punny and very in keeping with the concept. Obviously, some Canadian company decided to create Canadian bacon in a can. Coffee in a can with 2 sugars, 2 creams, too good. More than likely 2 shots of caffeine, you know, relative to what a shot would be. The double-double. The double-double is actually triple because it's too good. Maple cola. Like I love that. That sounds awful. Like, legit awful, but I love it. You know what it might be, though? It might just be root beer. Right? Like, yeah, it's a syrupy sweet soda, but root beer is... It's not really maple syrup in a soda form, but, like, I could see somebody essentially just packaging root beer into, you know... But here's the other thing I love about it. It's in a can. Like, in the exact same cans that you find Pancakes Plus and Pilsner and Poutine, you know, like that aesthetic concept of the food in this game, perfect. I love it. All right, we have a bunch of quests here, and I don't remember where any of them are, so we're gonna have to go. Get Millennia access to the city. Let's go do that.
Be careful if you run into those ecliptic jerks. They fly around like they...
The only one I don't love is Ecliptic. I don't love their spacesuits. I think their spacesuits are ugly and stupid and don't make any sense to me. And statistically, their spacesuits are awful. Like, the suit itself is okay. The pack, all right. That's fine. Where is it? So many. The pack itself, yeah, okay. That's fine. Here's the part I don't like. The ecliptic helmet. What the hell is what is, like... Where... Okay, a lot of this stuff is based loosely on some science fiction-y thing. Like, there's some things that are clearly inspired by Space 1999. There's things obviously inspired by Alien and/or Aliens. There's things inspired by a bunch of different science fiction media from a visual perspective. I'm legitimately confused what inspired the ecliptic helmet design. I don't understand it. Like, it's... I assume it's not just actual padding. I assume that there's, like, armor underneath that padding. But here's what I don't understand. Why put the padding only over the back of the head and the face and not also on the top? Like, why'd you leave the top of the head shiny? Or why not have the padding be like around the neck area and the back of the head as a reference to some kind of like, you know, oh, it's for easier movement, and then have the face have some kind of an armor piece on it and the back of the head. I could even accept having the back of the head entirely that fabric completely, but have an armored piece on the front of the face plate. It just... I don't like it. I don't like it. There's a few helmet designs that I'm not particularly fond of, if I'm being honest, but that one, it's ugly. And, again, mechanically speaking, it's not a very good helmet. It's not a very good suit. It doesn't offer nearly, like, the pirate outfits are some of the worst in terms of mechanically speaking, but that actually makes sense because they're pirates, they're kind of piecemealing their gear. But the Ecliptic, why do they have such bad gear, mechanically speaking? They should have some of the best gear. They're a mercenary company. theoretically, they're a really good mercenary company. Anyway.
The finest folk in the settled systems make their home right here. Aquila City truly is the jewel of the Freestar Collective.
I'm here to talk about Milena Axelrod and doing business in Aquila.
Milena Axelrod? I wished I'd never heard that name again. She's a menace. She punched me in the face. Can you imagine? Why would you want to let her back here?
Is she really that bad?
Yes. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, she ran cargo for me for years. I even considered her a friend. But she stabbed me in the back. Well, not literally. But I swore to keep her banned for life.
If we help her family, the Jansens might escape starving to death.
What? Oh, that's terrible. Listen, I feel for the Jansens. If it was just the fisticuffs, I could look the other way. But we caught her smuggling red-handed. She's been blacklisted for good reason. But, legally, if you pay off a bounty, I can't stop her from coming back. But we'll be watching her.
What was she smuggling?
Yes. Honestly, I can't remember exactly what the cargo was. It was years ago. But I do remember getting sucker punched.
Everyone deserves a second chance.
I'd like to think that, but...
Sorry, I'm new. We probably haven't met yet.
Yeah, I remember now. This really is against my better judgment, but fine. She can come back. I need a drink.
Good idea.
The suspect has been at Laredo every night. I've seen it myself.
We took care of that.
The suspect has been at Laredo every night. I've seen it myself.
Anyway, I was saying about the things I love about this game. Everything except what I don't love. No, I mean, I don't know. Like, if there was a place I'd want to live, it's here. You know? Alright. Yeah, let's just do that. I will say, as much as they kind of didn't do as good a job as they usually do, Bethesda, at the set design in this game, and again, I think I know why. It's because the way this game works, they had to do more work than maybe they expected. I don't know. But one of the things that I really like is the cities and town design. There's a bunch of cities and towns in their other games that I don't like the design of, but this one, I really do like the design of each of the main, let's say the main towns. Marco.
Milena contacted me. She's making me her official importer. I'm not sure how much it pays, but I'll take it. You have no idea what you've done.
Just be careful. She's been caught smuggling before.
I figured it might be something like that. I'll make sure to keep my distance from any of that. I can't wait to tell Simone. This is the first ray of sunshine we've seen in years.
Be right back.
No, I like the terrible uniform so much. I might actually become a priest just to wear one.
Good for you.
Sorry about that. You probably heard the doorbell ring. It was supposed to be taken care of, and it is. It's just the people that rang the doorbell didn't give,
I'm telling you, it's a cover-up. They don't want us to know the truth.
That's just...
Didn't give much time. Anyway, yeah, let's go take care of the perfect
How
recipe.
things are.
You know what? I'm gonna go in dehydrated. I will definitely say that feature, which is a default feature now in the game, needs to be fixed.
Fun place. It's not as bad as everyone says. We should visit
Instead of it
sometime.
automatically going from you're fed and you're hydrated to you're dehydrated and you're malnourished, there needs to be a middle ground where you go from being fed and hydrated to being hungry and thirsty. You know, there's no middle ground. You just go from, your status goes from being malnourished, negative effect, and dehydrated, negative effect, to being... Let's get there. Did I take the wrong one? Oh, you know what? I did. I took the genetic material, not the broth. So yeah, you go from, you're either malnourished and dehydrated, or you're hydrated, yay, and fed. How about the middle ground where you go from being hydrated and fed to being thirsty and hungry, right? It seems like that would be a nice middle ground where you just have no stat debuff, nor do you have a stat buff. You know, people don't generally suddenly feel starved. You know, oh my god, I haven't eaten in 30 minutes. I'm literally starving to death. Oh, I'm weak. Oh. Sorry.
Ah, you're back. Did you get everything on the list?
I got the ingredients and the guests. Should be arriving shortly.
Great. I had some issues with the stove, worn out burner element, but I replaced it and rewired the connection, good as new.
The place is still a mess, though.
Haha, yes. That's where I was hoping you'd come in. I spent so much time on the stove, I didn't have time to clean. Do you think you can help me while I cook?
When are the guests coming?
Soon. I had Shonda tell the others. Although, I suppose if the place isn't ready, I can just tell them to come back in a few hours.
Say no more. I was built for this.
You're a lifesaver. There's some boxes and wrappers scattered along the floor, and some mud that I might have tracked into the restroom. But it's not much, I promise. Now, let's see. How did this go again?
This, right here, what I'm
handwriting is
doing
atrocious.
right now is something that they have presented in recent a couple of recent quests, and I love it. It's stupid, but I love it. I want this to be a thing in the game. I don't have the required item. Well, let's grab them up.
The place is looking amazing. Coming along better than this Vindaloo anyway. Oh, and if you don't mind, can you set up the rug? It's in the crate in the corner.
Absolutely. How about here?
The rug really ties the room together. I just need one more thing. Grab the plates off the counter and set the table. Okay, place is clean and table set. The Vindaloo is also just about ready.
We should sample the food first.
That was the plan originally, but honestly, there's no time. The guests should be coming any second now. Oh, my heart feels like a clump of sheets in a washing machine. Oh, and if you want to sneak a taste of the Vindaloo, I'll leave a sample on the counter.
Did I hear someone say Vindaloo?
It'll be good to hear what all the fuss is about.
Smells good, anyway.
Friends, have a seat. My home is your home. Tonight, we will be having Ashta Vindaloo, paired with a Malbec wine, which Anandita has so graciously brought. I'm plating it now, and I will serve it shortly.
Well, I'm holding you to my Nani's standard, so you better not disappoint. But if you do, I brought a second bottle, just in case.
Have a little faith in Harvey. He's a talented man.
I grew up on Vindaloo, and Harb hasn't touched a cookpot in years. My standards are high and my expectations low.
Well, I appreciate the honesty.
I'm just ready to eat. Haven't had a bite all day.
Of course. I was just about to say, if everyone can be seated, the dish should be ready to serve. Even though I prepared it, since all of us contributed to this meal, in my mind, we cooked it all together.
Oh, I'm gonna have fun eating Bubba. I've been hunting that animal for years.
The ingredients I got are pretty high-end stuff, too.
And the wine, of course, is flawless.
Well, before you eat, I just want to thank all of you for coming and sharing in this adventure. 20 years ago, I decided to give up my dreams of becoming a chef to serve my community. Today, I hope to take my first step towards rediscovering that dream. Bon appetit.
Cheers!
Let's go hard!
So, how is it? Please, be as frank and honest as possible.
I think mine might be lacking some flavor. You sure you put enough spice in this thing?
Huh. That's odd. I followed my old recipe to the T.
I don't know then.
Anandita, what do you think?
You don't want to know my opinion.
Please? I need honest feedback.
Very well. Forget my Nani's Vindaloo. You have a ways to go before this is even takeout quality.
Ouch.
Really? There's no way.
I'm sorry, Harvardon. It is.
Can someone pass the salt?
I mean, I have to try it myself, right?
It, doesn't seem to be going too well. Have you tried it? What do you think?
Unfortunately, I have to agree with the others. But to be honest, I've never had Ashta or Vindaloo before.
It's that bad, huh? Oh, I was afraid of that.
Maybe in time you'll approve. Maybe it's just the dish.
If I have this little feel for it, I'm beginning to wonder if this was a mistake.
Harb, this dinner was many things, but it was not a mistake.
So I have some potential.
No, you don't. But that's not why we're here.
I'm not sure I follow.
Harvey, your meat might be tough, but you know what's tougher? The canvas tents you made me for camping. I got stuck out in a storm one night with gale force winds. Normal tent would have blown right off, but yours held.
I remember when I was struggling to get by, I couldn't afford to get my apartment fixed. Harbajan offered to remodel and fix my entire apartment at a cost I could afford. Those savings allowed me to gather enough creds to start my own company. The rest is history.
I never told anyone, but Harb's the reason I'm clean. I was in a bad spot at the time. Strung out, doing more chems than I knew I could handle. I don't remember much from that day. Just my mind blurring out, losing focus. Then I hear this knock on my door. I thought it was death. Turned out it was Harb, coming to fix the heater. He called a medic and stayed with me the whole time. Even through my rehab, he'd stop by and make sure I was okay.
I was just doing what anyone would in my position.
No, what you did for me was more than anyone had ever done. Now I'm clean. I met the love of my life and got a little one on the way.
I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say a damn thing. We're all just thankful for you, Harb.
Exactly. So you're a shit cook. Who cares? Half the chefs in New Atlantis can lay claim to that title. What matters is that you're a wonderful person and a friend.
Amen to that. And you're a genius with a wrench.
Fixed me and my heater. Didn't even charge.
Oh, you guys.
And this isn't to say you can't get better. Work on it. Cook every day if you like. The results will show.
Exactly.
Thank you. It means a lot to hear you all say that. It's funny. I very much wanted this dinner to go well. And it has. But not for the reasons I expected. And yes, I'll keep at it. I don't know if anything will come of it, but no matter where this journey takes me, I'm grateful for all of you. Of course, there is one small matter we still need to address. I brought you all here. You all must be starved, and there's nothing to eat.
We have plenty of wine and good company. Why don't we just drink?
Sounds like a plan. A toast to the best handyman in all of Aquila.
To Harb.
To Harb.
To Harb.
Sorry if I overshared back there. Didn't mean to.
Well?
So, I guess I'm not cut out to be a chef after all. It's kind of a relief, actually. I don't have to look back wondering what if. But even if I had the talent for it, I'm happy with the choice I made. To have friends like these, I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Gonna continue working on your cooking skills?
Yes. In hindsight, it was foolish to think I could become a world-class chef in a day. But knowing I'm still a novice, now I can start again from the beginning without any pressure.
Don't give up on your dreams.
I appreciate the encouragement, but it's no longer the same dream. I'm going to continue cooking with a new goal in mind. I don't care anymore about becoming a world-class chef. What I want is to make a vindaloo my friends will enjoy. When that day comes, I want you to be there as well, because when I think of friends, I count you among them.
Well, thank you, Harb. How'd it feel eating Bubba?
Harvey will be fine. Better than Bubba, anyway.
I feel bad for Harb, but he'll get over this.
Alright, well, you all have a nice evening, day, whatever it is outside. Apparently it's day. And we're going to go, let's see, let's go ahead and do this one. I think even though in the quest order it's this, I think it's
the sensors shouldn't cause any disruption at all. I checked the schematic 3 times. Oh, it's you. I got the data from the seismic sensors, and I need help. Nothing that would get you in trouble this time. Promise.
If there are credits involved, I'm in.
Really? That's what matters to you? Wow. Okay. Well, no. I don't have any credits to offer you. I just thought maybe you'd want to help a friend. Are we friends? Well, whatever. I just need someone I can trust to help me. If you change your mind, you know where to find me.
Okay.
Oh, it's you. Nothing that would get you in...
What do you need?
I need someone to go talk to Davis Wilson. He isn't speaking to me. None of the security folks are, actually.
I guess I'll go talk to him then.
Oh, thank you. It's really nice to hear that when others just don't seem to care. Remember the sensors you helped me set up around the city? Well, Davis Wilson is pretty angry about it. I suppose I should have expected that, but now no one involved with security is willing to talk to me. At all. And I really need to coordinate with them because the data I'm getting from the sensors is, well, it's off. Not what I expected at all.
What's wrong with the data?
Kinda everything. The timing of the results, the strength of the signals. I did a lot of research on the Ashta before I started this project, and none of it lines up like it should.
Maybe your tech isn't working.
No, the tech is fine. I never would have put it out there if I had any reservations about that. Look, I know I screwed up here. I went behind Davis's back and did what he told me not to. I don't expect him to talk to me. But this, I'm not gonna lie, it looks an awful lot like someone has been purposely messing with the system. I can't just stroll up and accuse him of anything, but maybe someone, you I'm thinking, could just Ask around, see if something's going on? I'd really appreciate it.
I guess I'm the person then.
Mr. Tate, he's a realtor, has been trying to
So-
organize something for the folk of the stretch. He's a good man.
That right there. Perfect example. So, you walk by, random security guard. I think that was a security guard that said that. And they make mention of Mr. Tate, blah, blah, blah. And then you get a quest into your active, into your activities. Where is that one? Oh, maybe that one's not in the activities. I guess that's a main quest already. Huh, there we go. That is how you do quests. And they did that for a bunch of the quests in this game. The random side quests. In Aquila City, you walk by enough security guards for enough time, and you get, like, maybe half a dozen quests that way. In this city, in Aquila, same thing. You get about, similarly, I think it's about half a dozen. But, here's the problem. They didn't design it that way for every side quest that is available. And the reason that's a problem is that the side quests where they didn't design it that way, you don't get any kind of hook. There's nothing. It's just, basically, you just have to literally randomly walk up to a person that has a name, and you say, "Hey, got a quest for me?" Like there's a handful of quests in this game where if you don't actively find the person, and I will give you the perfect example of that one in in New Atlantis. There's a quest to go hunting for a creature that you get coffee beans. We've done that quest. The person where you get that quest from is sitting in the corner of a restaurant that you would never think to go and talk to him. Like, he's off in the farthest corner of the restaurant, just sitting there, and he has a name. He's not just Citizen, you know. But if you never knew he existed, you could completely miss him, and then you're missing out on a quest. Why is it that the vendor, for example, the Don's Roost, like, I don't know what you would call him, the maitre d', the owner, whatever he is, he's a vendor. He sells food and drink there at the Don's Roost. Why isn't there a dialogue option with him to indicate that guy sitting over in the corner sure is annoyed? Then a quest pops up. There's quite a few. There's probably at least a dozen quests that are like that. There's an old lady also in New Atlantis that sits in the park that you have a mission for. That, why would you ever even approach her? She's sitting in the middle of the park on a bench. She never moves, and you would never know she's there unless you're literally wandering up to every NPC looking for a name instead of Citizen, and then poking her and saying, "Hey, got anything for me?" It confuses me why they designed some of these side quests to have an easy hook, and then these other ones, nothing. You have to think of it from a perspective, and I know, you know, there's probably a design decision there of like, oh, well, we want the player to explore.
I'm getting a Deimos.
Okay. But also, what if you're playing the game on a role-play type opportunity? Do you want the player to miss out on opportunities because they're role-playing like a normal person who doesn't just walk up to random strangers and poke them and say, hey, got a quest? All right.
I just
Let's
don't
talk
like
to
how
Davis.
Stroud Eklund owns.
Don't mean to be rude, but I got a lot of things on my plate right now. So unless this is important, I'm gonna have to ask you to come back some other time.
I hear there's something strange happening with the Ashta.
Oh, did you now? And did that perhaps come from a certain entitled so-called inventor who's caused me no end of headaches?
Just a concerned citizen looking for reassurance.
Right, of course you are. Well then, concerned citizen, there have been some unpleasant developments of late. I'm not gonna name names, but you and I both know damn well who to thank. She made my life a lot more difficult, but I don't have time to deal with that right now. I have more important things to worry about. Been tracking Ashta for a long time now, and suddenly their behavior doesn't add up. Probably not a coincidence.
The sensors passively collect data. There's no way they would cause this.
That makes sense. But something's got them riled up. Now I need to get back out there and get some eyes on this situation. Since you so interested, looks like you can handle yourself. You wanna join me?
If there's credits involved, I'll tag along.
I suppose there might be some miscellaneous funds I can tap into. It won't be much, but it won't be nothing either. Gear yourself up however you need to and meet me at the gate. We'll head out from there.
Well, I mean, I'm always geared up. But if we're expecting specific trouble, I can actively arm myself with a particular weapon.
All right, you ready to head out there?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Okay then. Just stick close to me, keep your head on a swivel, and you'll be fine. We'll be back before you know it. And maybe we'll get some answers.
You heard of the Helios retreat? Supposed to be some new age healing center for performing criminals.
This is what I'm talking about. These tracks. They're all wrong. The spacing, the depth, just doesn't make any sense. Let's keep going. The Ashta are clever, but they're usually predictable. These tracks don't follow any other paths I expect them to. It just doesn't add up. Looks like the tracks head this way. What in the hell? This is one of our security bots. Someone sent this thing out to mimic the Ashta?
Did they have anything of value?
Eyes up. You got incoming. Ashta, incoming.
This outcome was a certainty. We were destined to succeed.
Davis? You okay?
You know how to handle yourself. Most times someone encounters an Ashta, they panic. Not you. Now I got even more questions. Who in the hell did this, and why?
Maybe this is someone's idea of a joke.
No, this almost cost us lives. No one I know would think that's funny. Someone from Aquila Security did this. We're the only ones that have access to these robots or can change their orders. I need to check this over, see if I can find some more details. While I do that, I need you to run back to the city. Check the access logs on the computer in the barracks. Look for whoever signed for this thing last. I'll meet you in the city when I'm done here.
All right. It's not often I get asked to check a security computer. Not that I've never checked one on my own before. I also found out something interesting. So there's a cheat room in this game. It's actually designed into the game. It's not like a mod or whatever, but you're not supposed to have access to it because it's for Bethesda developers to test things, basically. And I'm using a mod that allows me to access it, because of course I am. One of the things I found out is that there's a bunch of magazines in this game. And every time you pick one up, it gives you some kind of a stat bonus to various things. Some of them are literal menu options, meaning like food items. Allows you to create a new food item. A couple of them are, well, one of them very specifically has increased the ammo count of my guns. Let me see. This is probably the best one. This gun starts with an ammo count of 8. I'm now up to 11 because I have picked up a magazine that has increased that ammo count. It doesn't increase all weapon ammo counts, but the Orion is one, the grenade launcher is one. I think it's allied arms. If you go into the guns, I believe the brand, which you can see with that star and the A on it. I don't know if any. Yeah, there we go. So you can literally see it says on this gun, on the back there, it says Allied. So all of my Allied arms guns have increased their ammo counts. Laredo, I think, increases damage if you find that magazine. So, long story still long. Those magazines, it's not just if you have them. You have to pick up those magazines from the places they're found in the game.
Aquila City is really the heart.
I discovered that because in the cheat room you can gain access to those magazines just in an inventory, but they do nothing. They go into your inventory, but they don't add to your stats. So that's kind of interesting. So it's literally the location you find those magazines in. So, the point of all of that was to say that if you're looking for those magazines, that's a reason to go looking around in places, because you will find those magazines in quite a few different locations in the game. I don't know if they're in random points of interest or not. They might be. I know they're in a bunch of quest-related locations, though.
If it weren't for the walls, the whole town would be an Ashta buffet.
Speaking of Ashta...
Oh, hey there. Back already. Davis said something about you going on patrol with him? He's... he's alright, isn't he? Nothing, bad happened out there.
He's not going to be happy when he hears you're the one who sent that robot out there.
Oh, no. Look, people getting hurt was never part of it. Davis has just been so stressed over this whole thing with that woman and her sensors, and it's been affecting him on the job. The damn robot was just supposed to stomp around, mess up her data, and then come back. I didn't know it would rile up the Ashta so much, And it wasn't supposed to break down.
If my pockets were weighted down with credits, I might not be able to make it to Davis to tell him.
Oh. Oh, I get you. Here. It's all I've got. Please, don't tell him it was me. I can wipe the security logs as soon as you're gone.
I do not believe compounding one wrongdoing with another is a good way to go about this.
I believe you're right, but I also plan on telling Davis what she did anyway. You probably won't like that either, Andreja. Just a guess. That's if the game gives me the option to do that. I've never taken that option before. I usually tell her something else.
Capacity?
If this shift doesn't end soon, my man is not gonna be happy.
Well, Davis,
Whoever sabotaged the robot is in for it.
I found the culprit.
The robot's internals are fried, so I came up empty. You have any better luck than I did? Know who's responsible?
Kirkland said she did it to make your life easier. Said Keone was affecting your job performance.
You serious? Oh, Bailey, what were you thinking? My own people sabotaging equipment. Whole world's gone crazy. Well, I'm gonna have to go deal with this. Thanks for helping out. I'll kick some credits your way. May not be much. Not made of money around here. You might want to give Miss Alpin some time to get clean data. Might be her research. Well, it might prove useful.
You bet. Like I said, Andreja might not like that I bribed somebody to give me credits to not say something, and then I said it anyway. Apparently, Andreja only didn't like the bribing. She didn't care that I also was dishonorable in other ways. In case it's unclear, I like playing as kind of an asshole. I rarely play as, quote, full evil, but I enjoy being sarcastic in real life, and in a video game when I can squeeze some credits out of people, well, let's just say that I enjoy doing that too.
I love my job. So many memories of happy homeowners building new lives. If you are ever looking to buy property, remember me, Mr. Tate.
Okay.
Wait, before you go, my instinct says you're a person who knows how to work with their hands, or in this case, heavy equipment. Are you familiar with mining lasers?
I don't know whether to be insulted or impressed.
My first wife's family were all miners. Powerful hands and arms, like you. There are so many in the stretch, living in terrible conditions. The Low House and I are working together to make cheap, affordable housing. But the land we want to build on has hard stone that needs to be cleared.
Is this all about helping people or lining your pocketbook?
When I came to Aquila City, I had nothing. I lived in those hovels like the rest. Ages ago, the Low House helped me, and I would help in return. True, I will charge rent, but only as much as I must.
Well, if it's paying work, I'm happy to do it.
There is some pay, but Everyone involved in this project is doing so at a discount. Once you clear the land, we'll be one step closer to changing some lives for the better.
What gave it away? The fact that I have a cutter right on my inventory? Ugh.
The rock might have some work for someone like you.
Heard that Ryujin Industries is hiring. I could use the money, but no way is it worth living.
I'm the best realtor in town, if I don't say so myself.
You did. I cleared out the rocks.
Marvelous. One step closer. I can't wait to tell Ms. Wolf. I know it's not much, but this is well earned.
Thank you. Let's go see how the beer is doing.
Hey, I heard you had Dunlop's disease. Huh? What?
Kate, hold up.
So, Henry's new batch. How'd it go over?
It's bad, Eloise. Really bad. You should have seen Sam's face when he drank it. It was like he was sucking a lemon. Gladys literally gagged. Everyone's been talking about it.
Hey, that's terrible.
I had to give them all free burgers to
Yes.
smooth things
What?
over.
Yes.
I took all of Henry's old
The
stuff off
mayor's
the menu.
all right.
Can we get a refund?
Always painting too rosy a picture,
I'm
though.
not looking forward to talking to Henry. But I'll take care of it.
Sounds like it didn't go over well. Wow, it almost looked like I knew where I was going. Almost exactly. Like I know the layout of the city. I don't. That was pure luck.
It's true. My husband runs one of the most successful businesses in the Freestar Collective. But I still think we can do better.
Better for yourself or better for the systems? Doesn't matter. About that beer.
IntelliWheat is revolutionary. Why waste time with brewing when you can do so much good and make so many more credits?
Why not take on a role in the business yourself?
And try to come between Weston and his brother? They'd never allow it. Oh, I've tried to drop hints and make suggestions, but it all falls on deaf ears. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, of course. The company's healthy, and Weston and I live well enough. I'd like to help, you know? I'd like to be a part of things instead of feeling like I'm playing second fiddle. I suppose I should just accept my lot and try to find peace with it.
I disagree with that. Don't drop subtle hints. Tell the man. He's your husband. But that's, you know what? That's between you and him. His beer's been taken care of. I don't think people are going to want any more of it.
Something happened to Henry's beer? That's terrible. So terrible. But I'm sure I know nothing about it. Here's some credits for delivering the news. I expect that's the last I'll be seeing of you.
You know, your expectation is probably correct. We're actually going to wait to turn that in because we also have this to turn in, and we're not going to do that right now. Okay, that's Neon. Need to talk to Sam. Which I think is the next thing we're doing. Yep. Okay.
Can hardly walk 2 steps without running into.
So, worst quest in this game, by far. Hunting down the Dragon Star books. I think it's called Dragon Star books. And the reason it's the worst quest is not because is not just because it's extremely repetitive.
Council of Governors meeting our very own.
There's 30 books to collect. It's not just because you have to take the quest one at a time. You can't just like go hunt down the 30 books and then come back and deliver it and you're done. It's because it's for collecting the 30 books, it's the most uninteresting quest ever because 90% of the books are found at the Trade Authority vendor in Hope Tech. A couple of them are found in a vendor in Titan, and I think maybe 1 or 2 are found in a vendor in like one other place, maybe 2. But like, it's basically go to Sidonia, talk to the guy, go to Hope Tech, talk to the vendor, go back to Sidonia, deliver the book, talk to the guy to get the next book quest, go back to Hope Tech. Like, why wouldn't you make it so that the 30 books are available at at different vendors. Like not just different trade authority vendors, but literally different vendors and different people. Like, that could have been a fun quest. Yes, I do mean collecting all 30 of the books. Like, the settled systems, if we go to the star map here, has... Look at how many worlds are on this place. And all of them have points of interest. Some of them many more than others. Look at how many stars are in the settled system itself. And how many of those have worlds. 30 books could have been fun to collect. It could have been, oh, here's where one of them is. And you go to get the book, and that person has some little personal quest, or just like they could have mixed it up, like, right? So the first one, oh, I've heard rumors that this book is being sold by this trade authority vendor. You go, you buy it from the trade authority vendor. He sells it because he's the trade authority and he just sells stuff. And you go back to give him the book and he says, oh, thank you so much. Hey, if you're interested, you know, I've heard rumors of another book. For the record, that's another reason that the quest sucks so much, because once you turn it in, he never says that. You have to actively talk to him again, or wait for a guard in Sidonia to randomly mention that Mitch is looking for another book again. So why wouldn't Mitch himself say, hey, great, you're back, thank you for the book. By the way, if you'd like to continue this quest, here's the next thing. And then you could go and meet a bunch of people in the settled systems. They don't even have to be new NPCs. You can utilize all the NPCs that are still in there. And here's where it should end. It should end at Sinclair's books in Aquila City. And Sinclair should have, like, a whole thing that she wants to do for you to get that book from her, because it's her favorite book ever and she really wants it to keep it, and, you know, whatever, you know. And then it ends with Sinclair meeting Mitch, who has the other 29 books. They have a whole meeting of minds and, like, oh my word, you're a book nut too. This is great. Hey, have you read this book? You know, you could have a whole real quest. Instead, it's just the most boring fetch quest in the entire universe. I've never had a quest be so, like, it's just bad. It's just bad.
Can we speak for a moment?
Yeah, let's do that now. Why don't we go somewhere away from the loud noises of the engines? What did you want to talk about?
Before I say anything else, I wanted to thank you for giving me time. When I first came here, I never expected that I would meet you or feel this way about you, that we would end up here together. I know that you told me you were not going anywhere, but I still worried, if only a little, that my asking for time to think would be a problem. There is no precedent for any of this. A romantic relationship not within the bounds of Barun culture, I mean. I wanted to attempt to honor that culture nonetheless.
I hope this isn't a roundabout way of turning me down.
I promise you it is not. The point I am trying to get to is that I believe I have an idea. A way I can demonstrate my commitment to you.
And, you know, I'm on board with whatever you want to do, Andreja.
I was hoping that would be your response. This is between you and me, and no one else. You know who I am. I do not need to explain myself to you as I would to others. They might not understand, and I do not want that distraction. I want to be able to focus on us. So, as soon as you are ready, I want us to travel together to the second planet in the Shosa system. There's something we need to do there.
Sorry, I was planning on doing a whole thing with Sam now, but now she's undismissible again. So we're going to do that, baby.
All systems are nominal. We are ready to depart.
That's okay. I'm enjoying doing this. Okay, why did Barrett want to talk to me out of nowhere? You know what? I have some contraband to drop off anyway, so we'll go back to Nesoi, and I will drop off my contraband, and we'll go from there.
Liftoff looks good. All systems nominal. Looks peaceful from up here, doesn't it? Switching over to standard engines. Gear looks green, ready to land.
I'm not sure that... Well, doesn't matter.
Every world with living things is a treasure.
I don't know if I can get in through the top. I'm gonna try though, because going the other way is annoying. I can't! Awesome. Like, why wouldn't they design this with an elevator? Come on now. Hey, Barrett. What's up, buddy?
Yes? Space is so hostile to humanity already.